Mr. Speaker, even though the minority leader is indicating I should lay
Sorry. I am to start at 7A. 7A first. Let me start from 7A. By the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, with these items, I think the arrangement is for us to do them tomorrow, except that we agree to just do the public accounts, 3 outstanding reports. Then we can call it a day and do other businesses tomorrow, because leadership will be having other engagement outside the chamber that has to do with welfare of members. So we said after the 3 reports of the public accounts, then we can call it a day, Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the expenditure in advance of appropriations for January to March 2025, Mr. Speaker, can be laid by any member on behalf of the Minister responsible for finance. Mr. Speaker, copies are before us. I have a copy. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you also have a copy. And I think this is not the presentation itself. It's laying of papers. Mr. Speaker, there are occasions, instances that papers have been laid on behalf of a Minister of State. In the same vein, we have a minister for tourism before us. Mr. Speaker, he is the available leader, and he's a minister for tourism, a cabinet minister. Mr. Speaker, I urge him to lay it on behalf of the minister responsible for finance. But if you don't want to do it, I can do it on your behalf. I can lay it on your behalf. Mr. Speaker, this is expenditure in advance of appropriation for January to March 2025. I'm ready to lay it on behalf of the minister responsible for finance, for God and country. Mr. Speaker, so I urge that they consider laying it on behalf of the minister. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we agree that we will be taking the 3 motions, outstanding motions for the committee, the Public Account Committee, for today. And then after that, we'll call it a day and then come back tomorrow to consider the remaining business, and God willing, rise sine die, so that we'll be able to come back on the 3rd to receive the President when he delivers the State of the Nation address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriation on account from January to March 2025 is an important document. The Finance Minister on account that on behalf of the President. The Finance Minister have given indication that he's ready to do that, but he's unavailable, absent at the moment. So tomorrow it can be laid and taken, but for us to say that a different minister should do that, this is very important document. Without authorization, neither does he have any indication to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, like the minority leader rightly said, we don't have any difficulty in doing the 3 motions from the Public Accounts Committee. Then after that, we call it a day, and tomorrow we could be able to look at the appropriation from January to March. It won't be anything, any difficult task as doing it tomorrow. And at the moment, we don't have that authorization. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that's the position from the majority side. The appropriation on account from January will be done tomorrow by the Finance Minister. None of us have the authorization to do so, and it's a very important document that we don't have to cede it for somebody to do. The finance minister will do it accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you sure the Minister for Finance has the authority to do that tomorrow? Because by the Constitution, it's the President who will cause it to be done. Now you are saying none of you present here has the authority. It's the President who gives the authority. And the President can give it to the Minister for Finance or any other minister, not necessarily the Minister of Finance. Are you sure the Minister of Finance has the authority to do that tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As a Deputy Majority Whip, I can say that I have had that conversation, and the Finance Minister will do that tomorrow.
You had the conversation with the President?
Yes, and that will be, the indication is that tomorrow it will be done, Mr. Speaker.
What is the source of your indication? Is it by word of mouth or in writing?
Mr. Speaker, nothing pen to paper. Just that we had conversation to ask when he will do the appropriation on our.
You see, honorable members, I'm doing this because we've been on this item for some days now. And I don't want us to come tomorrow and we are told that I don't have authority to do 1, 2, 3. Then you are the same leaders who say you don't want us to sit on Saturday. And tomorrow is Friday. If we don't do that, it means that this item might not be taken by the House before we transit to the next government. And you know, it's very easy to do it. The next government can come on the next day if they come and present it, and the House will have to work on it, and it is done. And you will be setting a very bad precedent. You know, we say a very bad precedent, and it's not for your health. Anyway, I know members are healthy. So when you people keep on talking about welfare matters, I don't understand. The members are all healthy. So please, you have to desist from talking about that. You had very good exercises. You did a very intensive campaign. You were able to wear off the excess fat. And you are here now, hot and healthy. You are hale and hearty, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with your health. Yes, let me listen to Honorable Dafimapo. I'll come to you, Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 96 of our standing orders and to support the position taken by my leader, the Honorable Kesiela Tufosi, in this matter. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has been on our order paper since Monday. And today he says that pursuant to Order 96, he is willing to lay the paper. And I believe that our standing orders permit him to do that. The most important thing is that the paper should be laid. If it's laid, then the House jurisdiction will be properly invoked to deal with the matter. The issue now is about whether or not the minister responsible for finance will be available to lay it. And Mr. Speaker, Order 96 reads, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, the chairperson of a committee, a member, a minister, or head of an independent constitutional body. So, Mr. Speaker, I think he is grounded in law to ask that if they are most unwilling to lay this paper, he is mandated in law to do that. And once he's able to do it, Mr. Speaker, I believe the appropriate committee will be invoked to deal with the matter. Mr. Speaker, especially because the President has remitted to you the estimates in respect of Parliament and Parliamentary service, the estimates for the Judiciary and the Judicial Service, and of course the estimate for the Audit Service for the respective period of between January and March 2025. Mr. Speaker, what is outstanding is the expenditure in advance of appropriation for January to March 2025. That should come from the Minister of Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should listen to my leader, Honorable Atufosi, on the matter. The House should allow him to present the paper in this matter. He can do it, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we will be taking the words of the Deputy Whip seriously. Tomorrow, the Minister responsible for Finance will appear before us and present to us the expenditure in advance of appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I also want to convey to the Minister and His Excellency the President that the Constitution places an obligation on the President to present to this House before the year ends expenditure in advance of appropriation for the first 3 months of the year 2025. And this is Article 80. Mr. Speaker, aside that, the PFM Act, the Public Financial Management Act, places a responsibility on the Finance Minister to act on behalf of the President to present the estimate before us. And there are severe penalties for not doing it. There are severe penalties for not doing it, including a jail term. Severe penalties. So I just want to caution those in office to be aware of the constitutional provision and also to be aware of the PFM Act, because it is for a reason why the Constitution provides for expenditure in advance of appropriation, and the PFM went further to even criminalize it for failing to present expenditure in advance of appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to assure the minority leader that we are well aware of incidents or issues related to the laying of this very paper. But the suggestion of Honorable Dafiamopo to the effect that the minority leader can do that on behalf of the minister responsible for finance. The president, that is being done on behalf of the president, and the minority leader is not, nominated or contacted by the president to do such. Today, we are talking and reminding each other about the law. We should do that. The majority had recalled Parliament purposely to do this. But we were rather busy fighting about who become minority and majority. So tomorrow it will be done, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Majority Whip, you are completely out of order. You are aware that the House had to be adjourned sine die because you boycotted sitting. Yes, yesterday and 2 days ago, in my absence, you people made those statements as if either the Speaker or it's rather the minority that caused the delay in the presentation of this item. That is untrue. You know what happened. Because for good reason, we don't usually want to disclose so many things to the public. So please, don't push us to the corner. We'll be compelled to come in defense. And that will not be good for you. When I say you, I mean the New Patriotic Party and its future. I'm very clear in my mind about this. Don't push me to say things. Honorable members, clearly we have no option than to wait on the Minister for Finance, because this is not just an ordinary paper. It's a paper coming under Article 179, and the authority is vested in the President of the Republic. And it's the President who can delegate that authority to any person to do so. The President could delegate it to a person designated as majority leader, a person designated as Minister for Finance, a person designated as minority leader, because you can have minority in government. And so it's the president that should do the delegation. And we are told that by the act referred to by the minority leader, it's now been given to the Minister for Finance. And yes, the Minister for Finance could be from a minority government. But as we have it now, the Minister of Finance is a member of the majority government. And so we will wait until tomorrow. And if that is done tomorrow, we may have to set extra hours to be able to consider and pass this bill tomorrow under a certificate of urgency. So with this, we'll move on to the other business. Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, at the commencement of public business on page 7, item 18, motion.
Page 7.
Page 7, motion 18.
Honorable members, I also have information that the Attorney General and Minister for Justice is on his way to come and present this item 7E, which is at page 3 of the order paper. So we await his arrival, and I'll grant him the opportunity. But we are now being called upon to look at item 18, which is motion. Chairman of the committee, and this is Public Accounts Committee. Yes, Chairman, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report, and I want to read a summary of audit findings and the conclusion. And ask that the Hansa capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the overall financial impact of weaknesses and irregularities identified in the course of the audit amounted to 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. The summary of the audit investigations, audit irregularities reported is shown on page 3 and 4 of the report. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the total irregularities that covers tax, cash, loans and advances, payroll, stores and procurement, rents and contracts amounted to 2 billion and 53 million Ghana cedis. This amount decreased to 1 billion and 80 million in 2021. But in 2022, it rose again to 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. The amount per each of the irregularities are all captured on page 4 of the report. The other outstanding issues that have not been resolved after the committee hearing have all been captured in the report. Mr. Speaker, I read the conclusion. The committee has carefully examined the reports and finds that the Auditor General duly prepared same by examining the financial statements, accounts, and records of the relevant MDAs and expressing his opinion thereon, pursuant to Article 187 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 84 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House, in view of the foregoing, to adopt this report and approve the reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Honorable members, motion is moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably moved by the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, of the report of the Public Accounts Committee of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the ministries, departments, other agencies for the financial year ended.
Honorable members, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Chairman. You may continue, Chairman. Or you finish the motion?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Speaker, I'm
Honorable,
seconding the motion. I'm right to second the motion on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, on the report of the Auditor General, on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, other agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. The Speaker, I will comment on only one issue in the report. Paragraph 8.2, the Controller and Accountant General was found to have paid pensions to 59 persons who were deceased. The amount involved is 393,315 cedis and 6 pesos. The Speaker, the committee wants to urge the Accountant General to strengthen measures to ensure that this canker of paying pensions to deceased people is resolved, because it's in this day and age we have to be paying pension to people who are deceased. It's really difficult to appreciate. So, Mr. Speaker, we urge the Accountant General's Department to improve their systems to make sure that people who are not alive are not paid pension. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Dafiamapo, you may have the floor now.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute towards the report ably led by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me indicate that the committee was not happy about a number of infractions, Mr. Speaker, that appear to be recurring year in and year out. Mr. Speaker, for instance, even though my chairman indicated that an irregularity in respect of cash has dwindled, it keeps recurring, so much so that as much as 57,471,599 Ghana cedis constituted cash irregularities among these MDAs and ministries. Mr. Speaker, the incidents of cash irregularities include unapproved disbursements. Speaker, the PFM Act, which is the parent law that governs the usage of public funds, there are provisions that are very clear as to how public funds should be disbursed. And yet we have public officers who will blatantly disregard these laid down procedures and deal with public funds as if there is their private property. Mr. Speaker, for instance, when we interrogated the usage of some COVID funds, public officers actually made payments without recourse to lay down procedures and did not even receive receipts for monies that they have given for some stated expenditure. And they have no explanation for engaging in such illicit conduct. Mr. Speaker, one other incidence of this cash irregularity include unpresented payment vouchers. Monies are given to people for which they cannot produce any document, and yet they are giving funds, public funds, to utilize. Speaker, unaccounted revenue. Public officers who are, by the nature of their functions of office, whose duty it is to go and collect monies from, say, our market women in the various markets, they will issue market tolls. Even where our women are complaining that, oh, today market is not good, these officers will insist and collect these market tolls from our women. And yet they will go back to the office and refuse to account. And I think that as a committee, we have made referrals to the Office of the Attorney General for some prosecutions to comment. But for the past 2 years, nothing really has happened. So these public officers, they think that if you engage in such conduct, nothing happens, and therefore they keep doing it, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's time the House take a very strong position on conduct such as this. Speaker, one other incident that we have flagged as a committee when we're interrogating this report was the fact that public officers will receive funds on behalf of the state by the nature of their work. Accounts officers, they'll refuse to go and lodge the money in the appropriate account. Sometimes they keep the money in their personal possession. Some get missing. Some get stolen because of a dereliction of duty, because the drawer to the lock to the drawer in his office is not locked, so the funds are stolen, and they come and give all manner of excuses. Such persons, we made recommendation to the Attorney General, like I said earlier on, that they should be prosecuted, and yet nothing happens. And I'm certain that when we proceed to interrogate the 2024 Auditor General's report, similar infractions will occur. Speaker, one other item under this that I think that I should mention is the misapplication of funds and unretired interest. Public officers, by nature of their work, will be given raw cash to go and undertake their functions of office. They take the money, they ostensibly would have spent it on the public activity, and yet when they return to office, they'll refuse to account or retire the monies that they are given. And it's endemic to the extent that even the Office of the Attorney General, personnel from the Office of the Attorney General are guilty of this infraction. And therefore, when you make recommendations for prosecution, Mr. Speaker, it is no wonder that no action is taken. Speaker, one other matter that I want to touch on before I conclude is the issue regarding the non-payment of taxes that OMCs owe to the state. Speaker, as much as 337 million are owed by some OMCs, and they have refused to pay, even though these sums of monies have been renegotiated in terms of payment, repayment schedules have been renegotiated and agreed with these OMCs, they still have refused to pay. And, Mr. Speaker, ever often we interrogate these matters, the reports are presented, we comment on them this way, and yet the post-parliamentary scrutiny of how the public accounts reports are implemented and directives that we give, we as a house, we are not effective in that regard. And so I think that moving forward, we should be effective in monitoring the post-public account scrutiny implementation of the report's recommendations. I believe that the remedy in reducing some of these infractions within the public service lies in that regard. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity, and I urge the House to adopt this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to WA Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to comment on the reports of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor Generals on the Public Accounts of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in the Ghana Revenue Authority, revenue flowing into the Consolidated Fund, and the report we are receiving here. Mr. Speaker, in this report, I have noticed that domestic tax revenue, in the domestic tax revenue division, outstanding income tax amounts to 161,665,805.36 Ghana cedis. This, to my thinking, is so big, and it shows that there is a lapse in our commitment to mobilize funding for national development. Mr. Speaker, we need to put in a lot more effort than we are seeing now, that at the end of the year, we still have such huge amount of money in our tax revenue outstanding. And it's critical because, Mr. Speaker, Ghana developed this country. There must be a real commitment to mobilizing money from within. And if our tax revenue authority will not be up to the tax, it will keep us all the time looking for external funding to support our budget, and which is not a good thing at all. And, Mr. Speaker, also you look at the, on page 11, you will find holding taxes of 96 million Ghana cedis. And then in the same page, you see VAT traders' indebtedness to 361,677.319. Mr. Speaker, all this show a huge gap in our ability to mobilize funding. The simple fact about the issues I'm raising is that in all these situations, these are the openings for government to make tax monies available for us to be able to liberate ourselves from borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. But the report, like many other reports in the earlier instance, showed that we are unable to effectively mobilize money to be able to meet our development needs. And this is not something you need money to do. You only need commitment. And I will urge our tax authorities to do much more, not just to take pay, but to rise to the point when they will be serving the nation and committing to doing so, and ensuring that we get the best out of the monies we are willing to pay as taxes, and they are unwilling to collect as tax workers. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the brief intervention.
Yes. Lastly, let me turn to Ho West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion tabled before us and to comment on some of the issues raised by our Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health, on page 20 of your committee's report, it's been reported that there has been an award of contract through a restricted program or restricted service without an approval from Public Procurement Authority. Mr. Speaker, the report stated that the National Blood Service procured goods valued at a cost of $564,000 through a restricted tender without approval of the Board of Public Procurement Authority. Mr. Speaker, we all know that if you go against the Public Procurement Authority or Public Procurement Law, there is a sanction to that effect. And for the Ministry of Health, by extension, the National Blood Service, to procure goods and services without the Public Procurement Authority's approval clearly shows that they have breached our law, and therefore there is a need for them to be sanctioned. Mr. Speaker, the auditor's report only states that the management disclosed to the committee that they have written to the PPA for retrospective approval of the transaction and is awaiting approval. Even though the goods and services have been used, they have written for an approval that has already, the goods already have been taken care of. Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Auditor General would have surcharged them and then bring them to book. But, well, it says that they are waiting for the approval from the PPA. I don't think that is the best thing to do, and we should not encourage anyone to breach our procurement law and then just write for an approval that they have already done the work. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, on page 38 of your committee's report, it's also stated that some staff have taken salary that they do not earn. That's the page 38, item 2, an earned salary of 536,408.21 Ghana cedis. The contrary to the Public Financial Management Regulation, it's been reported that some staff, 57 staff, who separately, took from primary to junior high school, were not validated, but they were paid, and the amount totaling to that 536,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation simply says that the regional director, should make sure that the district directors recover that amount with interest at the prevailing Bank of Ghana rate. At the time of this report, Mr. Speaker, we've been told that only 112,000 was recovered, leaving an outstanding amount of 420. Mr. Speaker, if you are a teacher or any office worker and you can, take salary that you do not deserve, it only shows that you are not being sincere to yourself and sincere to this nation. When we are talking about corruption, it is not only public office holders, neither is it only politicians who are corrupt. This clearly shows that corruption permeates every aspect of our life. Teachers who are supposed to be teaching and they will not teach, but they will take salary without going to the classroom. And there was no validation of them, but they are taking salary. This clearly shows, that we are not doing this country any good. Mr. Speaker, page 39 of your report also talks about similar thing, where staffs were promoted, but without any official letter. And so you have people, staff or officers who were promoted, and there was no official letter to that effect. They started collecting salaries even though they were not, there was no official letter to that effect.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I just wanted to do some correction. On page 39 that my respected colleague, Honorable Bajira, referred to. In his statement, he said, page 39 of your...
So, Leader, I come in on point of order.
It is so. It is so.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, he says that page 39 of your report. Quite often, we refer to committee's report as Mr. Speaker's report. It is never Mr. Speaker's report. We say, Mr. Speaker, page of your report, page 39. That is the committee's report. That is the only point I wanted to address on this point. So, of the committee's report, not Mr. Speaker's report. But, well, it cannot be debatable. The committees of Parliament are not the bona fides of Mr. Speaker. Yes, I am aware. I was working on your welfare. Members have been on me to ensure their welfare because we are exiting. No. On our welfare. So it's not a matter of my physical presence in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, the incoming health minister should save himself from trouble because he has some vetting ahead of him. All these things will go against you. If you at this point, those of you who are aspiring to be ministers must be calm. There are methods that you don't have to be participating. If you go to collation centers to cause trouble, all the videos will go against you. If that's well, at your own peril, the vetting. So if I were you, this is the time to be calm. If you don't become a minister, you become redundant. You have to look for chairman of a committee. Chairman of committee, the way you are many, you are going to suffer. So you have to be calm, be of good conduct, so adverting you go through smoothly. But if you be heckling, you will have trouble. Mr. Speaker, I want my respected friend Akando. He knows. Once upon a time, his own side attacked him. I saved him. He knows. So I'm just asking him to be calm.
Leader, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, so on the issue of the committee report, it shouldn't be your committee report. Committees of Parliament are not the bona fides of Mr. Speaker. They are the bona fides of Parliament.
Well noted.
So, Mr. Speaker, I just want him to correct that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Third Deputy Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament. And outgoing Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business. Mr. Speaker, so some staff were promoted and they received salary based on their promotion without any official letter from the authorities that employ them. And this also comes under the Ministry of Education once again. And so clearly, the Ministry of Education has answers or questions to answer. Because if you have all these things happening under the watch of a Minister of Education, then we clearly have problems in this country where teachers and officers will be promoted and there will not be any letter to that effect. Mr. Speaker, the worrying situation in this report has to do with page 41 of the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, page 41, if you look at the second paragraph, you notice that the Ministry of Interior has given out license to security or private security services. And out of this 674 private security services, 443 failed to renew their license. So it means that they have not paid their license fee. Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where security is of essence to us, very important issues that we need to take care of. Now, if you have over 200 or over 400 of them not renewing their license, but they are practicing in this country, then the Minister of Interior did not help us at all. Now, out of that 443, they only 44 are of good standing, and it clearly shows that it's not the money that we are talking about here, but for the fact that you have security companies watching over us and their companies were not renewed. I think that the Minister of Interior needs to take a serious look at some of their operations in that ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, give. Yes, let me turn to Pusiga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my interest lies on page 58 of the committee's report, item 19.2, Abuja missions. Mr. Speaker, this part is very interesting, and I hope that we all take it very seriously, because while we are even talking about only Ghana and issues, I have seen something here that extends to the ECOWAS mission. And it states, payment of legal fees without approval, $150,000, Mr. Speaker. And it goes on to read, the audit noted that on 2nd September 2020, the acting head of mission, Mrs. Eva Bubu Deno, paid $150,000 to Kenneth O. Gbaji and Associates, a senior advocate of Nigeria, to assist the mission acquire the requisite documentation for the property in dispute, which was purchased by the mission from one Enemeka Elobi in 1991, with the title still in his name. This payment was without prior approval from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Kenneth O. Gbaji and Associates failed to be in court on the day of judgment and later filed an appeal for a stay of execution against the ruling without informing the mission. The mission could not also provide any evidence of work done at the time of payment. The Auditor General recommended that the Chief Director should recover the amount of $150,000 with interest at the current Bank of Ghana interest rate from the former acting head of mission, Mrs. Eva Bubu Denu, and pay same into the investment account. It was also recommended that the officers should be sanctioned in accordance with Regulation 30 of the Foreign Service Regulations. The committee was informed that an amount of $59,000 has been recovered, leaving an amount of $91,000 outstanding. The committee recommends that management puts in place effective measures to recover the outstanding amount. Mr. Speaker, I'm so concerned about this because while we are dealing with issues that are even within our country, you can see that in managing issues of, for lack of a better word, corruption, it extends beyond the boundaries of Ghana. Because 150,000 to have been paid to some individuals without authorization, and there is nothing to show, it means a lot. I think this particular issue should be taken out, and the ECOWAS Commission should be made to know that this is going on, because for all you know, they might not be in the picture. And we are being told that they didn't have any evidence of work that had been done. So it means the $150,000 went to individuals' pockets, and there is nothing to show. So, Mr. Speaker, I am of concern, and I suggest that this particular incident should be lifted out of this report and catered for. Wherever they got the little that was paid from, they should ensure that the rest of it is paid, and they should be brought to book, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I'll take the last one from Dr. Sandari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to make few comments on the report with regards to the issue of the state of our medical stores as found of the report with regards to the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, on page 26, item number 9.12.1, that is the regional medical stores, Bolgatanga. It states that indebtedness to the regional medical stores to the tune of 24,436,163.82. And out of that, 27,918,229.92, was retrieved, leaving a balance of 18,232,856.83, and that was highly recommended to be retrieved. Mr. Speaker, if you also go to page 27, that is regards to the Upper West Regional Medical Stores, which was also owed an amount of 18,396,241.71 Ghana cedis, and an amount of 11,542,000 plus was retrieved, leaving an amount of 6,854,117.09 still outstanding. Mr. Speaker, there are other medical stores that are still owed, and the point I want to make has to do with how these outstanding balances or debts yet to be paid affect the quality of healthcare delivery in our various health facilities. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that patients or these medical stores lack the necessary essential medicines and non-drugs. And that could explain why in many of our health facilities, You go there and there are no drugs. There are no non-drug commodities, and patients are being asked to go to private stores to buy these commodities. And that affects the quality of healthcare in health facilities. And therefore, I support the fact that necessary measures should be taken to retrieve these monies and also ensure that we prevent the state where medical stores are owned to the tune of millions of cedis. That largely affects quality of healthcare in our health facilities. It shouldn't continue, and I urge that necessary measures be taken to forestall that. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity in making this contribution. Thank you very much.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this report. First, let me commend highly our respected colleague, Honorable James Kluge Aveji. This Public Account Committee started gaining prominence when former MP Honorable Silas Minson was then the chairman. Then we had Honorable Kandapa also taking over, and we had Ajimamenu, Honorable Ajimamenu, who later became a Minister of Health, also took charge. And now we have Honorable Aveji. There's no doubt on my mind that he's discharged his duty to the country with distinction. The way he has ensured that there is a non-partisan approach to the handling of the work. I watch him on TV. I was once upon a time a member of that committee, and I know the industry he puts in his work. Mr. Speaker, every now and then we debate reports, but I've been wondering what else we can do beyond the debate. There is a constitutional provision, is it Article 187? Honorable Velpemako, if you can assist me. The 187, yes, I'm right. 187. It provides for, Mr. Speaker, the handling of this matter. But beyond the debate, these institutions of state who act against the regulations, what do? I think once upon a time, Mr. Aveji was even calling for the arrest of some officers, and I had the opportunity to question him that was not the right procedure. Of course, I said so. That was not the right procedure. It's like what I'm telling your people who have formed a so-called committee now to do a certain investigation, calling it oral. We don't know where that institution is coming from. You know, that is the very thing that he was trying to do, and I said no. But Mr. Speaker, I think Parliament must make a strong recommendation for the AG's department to set up a unit specifically to handle the prosecution of such matters. The police, IOCO, also have various units that handle certain offenses. Should it also be that Parliament will recommend to Ghana Police Service to set up a specific unit to handle the investigation of some of these things? Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to do a live telecasting of our interrogations. We come here, we do the report, we debate it, and it is finished. No. Since 1997, when the Public Accounts Committee gained prominence, we've not had a serious prosecution of officers who are involved in infringement. And I believe that at this point in time, Parliament must demonstrate that it can really bite. Enough of the talk. Enough of the talk. Mr. Speaker, without more, I will again commend members of the committee, particularly the chairman who has led the team all these years, and pray that we will take some of the comments on board so that the people of Ghana will see the seriousness in the work we do. I thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 18 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 18 is hereby adopted. Yes. Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
I made the same application yesterday. It's past 4 o'clock. We've got 2 more of the reports, and then I can see, I saw the minister responsible for environment around. So, Mr. Speaker, if it will please colleagues, instead of you saying as many as should speak after 4 o'clock, we could limit the number of people who could comment on the report so that we can make some progress and then do something else. If it will please my colleague on the other side.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I would want us to look at the order paper addendum and come back. Just a lane. And come back to you, to your matter. No, wait. Wait, please. This is not being combative. Consensus. This is consensus. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, may we go to order paper addendum 3. Order paper addendum 3.
Respectfully, Honourable Majority Leader, I don't have any addendum paper. Yes. Minority leadership. Can I hear from you? Well.
Mr. Speaker, it is lane. So after lane, then we go to the other item.
Well. So, yes.
Please proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to start with, I would like to seek your leave to represent this report as a result of the fact that the original chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee, who signed this report, is not available. Mr. Speaker, I move respectfully that this honorable House adopt the committee.
It has not been late.
No, it's a report. It's a report. It's
Mr.
a
Speaker,
report.
the agreement and the bidding was that it is laying.
Yes.
And you can't tell us it is laying and be presenting a report. Your ranking is not here. As leaders, we don't want the ranking and the chairman to come and ask our leadership, why did you do this? What is going to be our response? You see, sometimes we should... No. Let's wait. Exactly.
Speaker, I think Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is fair. I want the committee leadership to sort this matter out and report back to leadership so that we can make progress. Chair of the committee, Chair, engage your deputy ranking and then let the report, you've done that. Okay, so I'll report to your bosses. Honorable Dr. De La Soa, when you have both consensus at committee, you engage your front bench to save us from embarrassment. Engage.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Veji,
yes.
I think I will come back to you whilst they sort themselves out. So you may move the next motion.
Mr. Speaker, what has just been displayed on the floor here is the problem we have as a committee, Public Accounts Committee. Nobody take our report serious. He complained about no action being taken on the Public Accounts Committee report. But you are prioritizing different things over this report. That is the problem we have as a committee.
Anyway, Honorable Veji, he sought leave from the chair. So please, don't let us take it personally. So
thank you very much.
Just go back to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, General Government, for the year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is the consolidated account report of government for 2022. And Mr. Speaker, I read the observations and recommendations and the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, on page 5 of the report, paragraph 7.1, non-recovery of loan receivables. Best practice requires that before granting loans or advances to covered entities, recovery timeline are agreed on by all involved, coupled with effective collection plans to ensure timely collection of the debts to minimize non-payment and subsequent write-off. The audit noted that out of 310 institutions indebted to the government of Ghana, the Controller and Accountant General was able to recover from only 8 institutions, an amount of 13.8 million Ghana cedi. 13.8 billion Ghana cedi, representing 27.3%, leaving an outstanding balance of 50.6 billion to be recovered. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the Auditor General and the Controller and Accountant General perform an evaluation of the debts of defunct institutions and make recommendation to Parliament through the Ministry of Finance for a possible write-off. Mr. Speaker, financial statement analysis. The report shows that financial position of the whole government of Ghana for 2022 and same compared with 2021 is shown in the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that the total government liabilities has almost doubled from 459 billion Ghana cedis in 2021 to 810 billion Ghana cedis in 2022. Mr. Speaker, that tells you that the committee, based on this information, noted that the government borrowing, which constitute the non-recurrent liability, increased by 157 billion Ghana cedis, representing 48% within a year. The committee is of the view that government borrowing is becoming alarming based on the rate at which government was borrowing. Mr. Speaker, recommendations and conclusion. The committee has taken notice of the measures taken by Comptroller and Accountant General to address the issue raised by the Auditor General in his report, and is satisfied that when these errors were brought to the attention of the CAG, steps were taken to continuously implement measures to minimize errors and mistakes in the account while ensuring improved disclosure and transparency. In view of the foregoing, the committee recommends that the House to adopt the report and approve the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana General Government for the year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to present this report. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Jekun.
Thank you for this House to adopt the report of the Auditor General, the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General for the Public Accounts of Ghana General Government for the year ended 31st December 2022. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion listed 90 for consideration. Yes, Honorable Member for Empraeso.
Mr. Speaker, Hello? Mr. Speaker, before you move for the adoption of this report, let me take this opportunity to commend the committee headed by James Kluche Aveji and Honorable Arafat for a very wonderful work done. Mr. Speaker, I've served on this committee as the deputy ranking member, and the speed, the diligence, is in the report. Yes, it's part of the report. The speed and the diligence at which Aveji and Arafat has worked, for me, is worth commending. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Honorable Member from Prayers, hold on. I believe Honorable Member for Abuakwa North would like to have something to say. Is it by way of point of order?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Okay,
Honorable Speaker,
let's hear you.
Please, we don't know who is Honorable Arafat. Thank you very much.
Come again.
Who is Honorable Arafat? Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. I want to find out. Who doesn't know Arafat in this house? Anyway, Honorable Member from Praiso, let's hear you and address him well.
It's quite that even in my house, when you mention David Sansan Opoku, my kids will ask you, who is that? Because even my kids know that I'm called OPK. On this floor, I've been referred to as OPK. And Arafat, in his service to this parliament, we've all recognized the fact that. But Honorable Ochre Ajekum, who is the member of parliament for the good people of Fantiakwa, who has served diligently well, Fantiakwa South. So, Mr. Speaker,
I think that it's important that having served on this committee in the last 4 years, the two leaders, my chairman and the ranking, they deserve some commendation. In fact, we hitherto we had. Yes, hitherto we had.
I didn't hear you.
We heard of a public accounts committee reports lagging behind, and it's important that I praise him. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with your victory. That said, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House to continue to push measures on the Comptroller and Accountant General, as indicated in this report, to put in significant measures to arrest some of the uncertainties as identified in this report. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me now turn to Richard Echampo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we started this business yesterday. Members raised several issues in respect of irregularities on earned salaries, unaccountable interest, and the rest. But if you look at the recommendations given by the committee, the only thing you can see or read is they should take steps to recover those monies. Mr. Speaker, the agencies involved, we did not hear any word from them that we are committed to do this within this period. And it became a ritual. Like yesterday, I'm sorry the first deputy speaker is not here. I do remember 2013, 2014, 2015. He used to sit on this row, the third row. How passionate he was when it comes to Public Accounts Committee and Government Assurance Report. But the table has changed, and yesterday he was saying we were using street language that some people should be arrested, and he doesn't understand. But that was his trade, and we learned a lot of all these things from him. Mr. Speaker, what are those people who are involved? What are their commitment to this? Because they are saying we should adopt the report. If the report is adopted, what happens? For example, Honorable Beji, you will not be part of the ninth parliament. How do you even monitor the recovery? I have not invited you. I just mentioned your name. So, Mr. Speaker, it's become a business of an annual ritual. We just mention it, we read it, we approve it, or adopt the report. That ends it. And when corruption is mentioned, politicians are targeted. Meanwhile, these people are not politicians. Look at the amount involved in this report, Mr. Speaker. You read some yesterday yourself. For Bank of Ghana to pay $11 million for no work done. And it's business as usual. Nobody cares about it. Which court? That's why I didn't go to court, and look at your numbers now. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you give some directives or there's a way out. Because I've been in this house for 12 years. We adopt the report, nothing happens. And every year we'll come, we'll read it, and we'll adopt it. So people will take interest in these things behind party A, party B, and they'll mess up. Meanwhile, there's no liquidity in this country to do government business. In Parliament, there's no money here. So, Mr. Speaker, today, give some directives. Let those who are culpable be punished to serve as a deterrent to all of us. Thank you very much.
Honorable Beji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member mentioned my name.
I thought that he just mentioned your name. It was rhetorical.
No, he asked me a question. That after the report, what next? And I want to give him the answer. It's in the Constitution. In fact, Mr. Speaker, It is the whole Parliament that has failed. Yes. The Constitution is clear. Article 187(6) says that Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, when necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. We have never set up that committee. I have said it severally, and the former majority leader, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bosu, anytime that I move my committee report and we debate, he will promise that we'll set up that committee. We have never done that. So it is Parliament that has failed. So we should work as a Parliament to set up that committee that must be doing a follow-up. So that is the answer to your question. Thank you very much.
I'm guided by Honorable Kwame Govins. So, honorable members, I think this issue came up yesterday. Whatever is transpiring here, as I said yesterday, is a judicial notice to the Attorney General. And at times, follow up the clerk right to the Attorney General. So, I think going forward, we need to make sure that Attorney General do the needful. Because we, the House, we have done our part. And like I'm saying, whatever is going on here, the Attorney General is aware. It has, and I think from 9th Parliament, we have to probably take a critical look at that. On that note, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion listed 19 in today's order paper, let's say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 19 is hereby adopted. Yes, Honorable, you take the last motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, colleges of education and pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report, and I'll read the summary of findings and the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the overall impact of the irregularities amounted to 7.6 million compared to 18.4 million in 2021. The committee noted that the irregularity discovered by the Auditor General decreased by 58.63%. And we have the details in page 4 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted that most of the irregularities, most of the institutions had complied with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. At the time of the committee's sitting, affected institutions had either regularized the transactions or refunded monies expended without due regard to lay down procedures.
Chairman, hold on, please. Let me find out whether members are having copies of this.
Mr. Speaker, the report were distributed yesterday when we were there. But as usual, probably maybe members have left the report in their offices.
Well.
Yes.
Well. So you may go on.
Well, I'm told that they left them there. All right, thank you. So I'll conclude very soon. A total of 5.7 million out of the overall infraction of 7.6 million was resolved, leaving an amount of 1.9 million Ghana cedis unresolved. It is worth noting that many of the irregularities were resolved after the institutions concerned were summoned before the Public Accounts Committee. And we have the details of those unresolved irregularities. Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to the recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the committee urges all tertiary educational, pre-tertiary educational institutions to uphold and act in accordance with the relevant laws regarding public financial management, as well as procurement laws of the Republic of Ghana. The committee also commend the various institutions for adhering to procurement laws, as the uncompetitive procurement infractions occurred only in 8 schools as compared to 49 schools in 2021 financial year. The committee recommends that management of the pre-university educational institutions cited by the Auditor General should implement all the recommendations in the committee's report and submit status report to the committee through the Auditor General within 6 months after the adoption of this report. The committee was of the view that the observations and recommendations of the Auditor General fairly represented the financial transactions that took place in the pre-university educational institutions in the 2022 financial year. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana for colleges of education and pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2022, in accordance with Order 2151 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Honorable Jekum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. This has adopted the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of colleges of education, pre-university education for the financial year ended 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'll comment on only one disturbing issue. Throughout all the technical universities, there's a growing problem of professors, doctors, and other teaching staff who go on steady leave and scholarships and refuse to return. Mr. Speaker, the issue is becoming so rampant that without doubt, it's happening in all the universities. I will cite the case of just one technical university to prove my point. If you go to paragraph 96.3, Mr. Speaker, Kumasi Technical University offered scholarships to 9 teachers. Technical University offered scholarship to 9 teachers, 7 teachers, and spent 2.9 million on them. They all refused to come back to come and teach. That's because, as I said, it is rampant in all the universities, and there doesn't seem to be any solution to the problem. So I think we have to find a solution to it, because it's not just one instance, it's almost everywhere, as if the administrators themselves enjoy that situation. That is the impression I'm getting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The motion listed 20 has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Well, I think everybody is okay with the report. I will then put the question. All those in favor that motion listed 20 is approved, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 20 is hereby adopted. Yes, leadership.
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased, may we proceed to order paper addendum and lay the following papers 1A and B by the respective chairpersons of the committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, that has been agreed to.
Very well. So let me respectfully invite the chairman of the Energy Committee to lay the two papers. So, Chairman, let's go one by one. So, 1A.
Report of the Committee on Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. The report is to be distributed to honorable members. Yes, 1B.
Withdraw my application in respect of B. I withdraw my application in respect of B. So we need to discuss. Oh, I'm told that I need to get a hold of the report. That's what the minister is here, that he wants to get a ranking to come so that we can do it.
Leader, I'm not getting you.
What I'm saying is that Kwame Agboja.
Leader, address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I want to withdraw my earlier application so I can engage the chair of the committee. The minister is here. I want to engage both of you. So you know that report can just be laid and you are preventing the Supreme Court nominees from being laid. You know it just can be laid. You are not consistent in your principles. You are not. You know that report. Why are you not allowing the 1D, 1F report to be laid? If it's laying is just.
Leader.
If laying is just.
Leader.
If when it suits you. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's okay. It's okay. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know when you live in a compound house and you misbehave, your mother may be having a conflict with somebody, so your mommy will be sweeping and disciplining you, but the attack is going to the sister-in-law who is causing trouble for her in her marriage. There are some two people here, but I'm afraid to go direct, so you brought yourself. So I'm using your sins to respond to them. Kwame Agboja has given me trouble all these years. Now that he's going into government, he won't even allow this last minute for me to have my peace of mind. You come for vetting. You will come for vetting.
So leader, if I got it right, it means we should hold on with 1B.
1B, I will consult them and come back.
Very well.
I want to consult them and come back.
Very well. So now direct me as to which one. Yes.
Speaker, I am very, very surprised. The leader had a gentleman agreement with us to lay these two papers. You heard him mention these two papers.
Yes.
All of a sudden, our colleague, the sports minister who has been here, he says the sports minister needed to be consulted. The report, in fact, the report, everything is here. We are supposed to just lay this. We're not even going to take, yes, we are not going to take any of them now, yes. So I'll plead with him if you want to just lay. No, hold on. No, it's
yes,
we have agreement only on
yes, we have
an addendum.
Yes, you see, yes.
We haven't discussed anything else.
Mr. Speaker, we have a substantive order paper
No, but that was not discussed at
the
conclave.
Supreme Court nominees are
We
also
haven't
there.
discussed that at conclave.
Yes, it's just laying. It's just laying.
No, it's not about laying.
It's just laying.
Not
It's just laying.
What we discussed is
It is just laying.
No.
You don't want the Supreme Court nominees to be laid. You don't want the 1D, 1F to be laid. Tell the Ghanaian people, laying is a procedure. It doesn't mean an approval of the report.
No, we did not agree to do those ones.
But it's just laying. Laying is not anything.
No,
laying is not anything.
It is something.
Like what?
We agreed to do business. What we agreed to do is what we do.
Laying is just bowing.
No,
bow.
it's not only bowing.
Leadership, please.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, we will take the other paper addendum 1B, but before then, we will take the substantive order paper. We will lay the report of the appointment committee on the Supreme Court nominees.
Mr. Speaker,
on the Supreme Court nominees. I need to finish. Catch the eye of Mr. Speaker before.
Mr.
Chief
Speaker,
Whip, Minority Chief Whip.
The leader is trying to drag the House into chaos. Call him to order. We agreed on things to do today. Mr. Speaker, call the leader to order. He's trying to draw the House into chaos on these last few days. Please call him to order.
Well. Leader.
No. Mr. Speaker.
Leader, so what are you doing? We said we should lay two papers.
Mr. Speaker.
One has been laid, and the other one, he said we should hold on. Very well. So what else?
Mr. Speaker, I would want to proceed for the House to consider the EPA. Oh, she's not here. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I will let them call the Honorable Minister to come over so that we can deal with the EPA. She had indicated that there were some consultations. Which one? The GMPC? Okay. You can't dictate to government. You can't. You want to do things that will please you so that you get access to the IMF money. You, Mr. Speaker, these people, they don't play fairly. Sometimes let's tell them. When we are giving you response and you say that somebody is being combative, you do play the game fairly. We are here, we have government business. Simple lane, you say you won't allow. You are saying there will be chaos. That's all you know how to do. Unleashing violence. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. Mr. Speaker, we will lay. This is leadership matter. Backbench, sit down. This is leadership matter. Kwame Agboja, let's respond to me.
Leader, please. Please, leader.
I am, Mr. Speaker, I responded to Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Leader, please.
He's always bullying. You are now coming into government. I want you to know.
Leader, please. Let's get some order here, please.
Speaker.
Leader, you are leading the House.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Please resume your seat. Leader, why do you respond to? Leader, please resume your seat. Let me hear your leader. Yes.
Speaker, like we've been doing, the leader of the House was looking for the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology to move for the third reading of the EPA bill. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology is not in the House, the Minister for Youth and Sports is in the House. If she can he can step in on behalf of the Minister for, do the third reading on the behalf of the Minister for Environment. I think it will do us a great good.
Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with what Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is saying. Normally, when the substantive minister is not in, we allow another minister to stand in to do it. But on this occasion, the Honorable Minister for Environment has indicated to me that she's finalizing some consultation process on possible amendments. So she will come back. I've asked her to come. She will come and then brief us so we proceed with the third reading. I promise you that. I promise you that. Thank you very much.
Yes. Let me hear you, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised at the turn of events in the sense that I am the chair of the committee, and if there's any amendment, the minister would have to discuss it with me. The minister, I spoke to her this afternoon, and she indicated that there was nothing, there was nothing like that at stake, and that she was on her way. She came here, indeed, she came and asked me to talk to my leaders. I spoke to them, and we're ready to take it. So please, leader.
She actually told me she's engaged you. She didn't have a problem with it. But just as she got here, she got some indication that there are some things to be done. But that is why she left. Wait, what you are saying is right. She spoke to me after talking to you. That was when she came here. Wait. So she will, there's a new development. Very well. So she will come back.
A development where? From where?
You are not to engage your leader this way. You sit down. Mr. Speaker hasn't called you. Don't take.
Leader, so does it mean that I don't have any other business we should adjourn the House?
If it pleases you, I pray the House be adjourned so that some of the outstanding matters we engage. And I pray
but leader, I saw the Attorney General here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've seen the...
Is he having a business?
Mr. Speaker, I would come back to you shortly on that.
So, then leader, move a motion for us to adjourn the House. You've moved the motion?
Yes, it's moved.
Okay.
Second.
A motion be having moved the motion to adjourn the House by the majority leader. I second the motion.
Well. Go and talk to you. Well. Honorable members, we hold on with the motion to adjourn the House. The Speaker himself is here to come to adjourn the House. So the Speaker is coming to adjourn the House.
Honorable members, you recall at the commencement of the sitting, I indicated that the Honorable Minister for Justice and Attorney General will be available to present a paper to the House. And that I was informed he was on the way coming. He is now available, and this is business that is before us. It's not new business. The Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2024, it was presented to the House, referred to the committee, and it's something that is not controversial. And the committee has a report, and it was presented today. He agreed to come around to do it, and he's in. So I'll allow him to do that. I'm aware that the House is yet to adjourn. We'll do that, then we can take the adjournment and come to do it tomorrow. I think, yes, I have to look at the front bench first. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just before you took the chair, there was a little bit of exchange, though friendly, but as part of the commentary by the respected leader opposite, he passed comments such as, if you want to kill me, come and kill me. Mutrimo Dindodo. Mr. Speaker, it might be just in a jest, but those are quite strong words, and I don't want his children or my children to read those portions of his presentation be expunged, because I don't think he meant those things. He was probably just joking, but the recording wouldn't know who was saying those things as a joke or seriously. So my appeal to you is to expunge those words. If you want to kill me, come and kill me, and mutrimo dindodo, if those ones can be expunged from the records for today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is quite difficult for me. I wasn't available. I didn't hear what he said. The way you presented it to is no good. I give him opportunity to try to repeat it, but I will just give him the opportunity, say a few words, not exactly what you are alleged to have said.
I actually didn't say it into the mic. My mic was off. I was not on my feet. It was my usual. Mr. Speaker, I will not into the mic. It's not a matter for the records. We just had our own joke at the front bench. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, whatever the case, I direct that the official reports should not capture that aspect of the discourse in the House as part of the official reports of the House. Please, the Hansard Department should take note of that, and please don't capture any such thing on the records of Parliament. But honorable members, you know, by the nature of the House, I know there are other reasons, but by the nature of the House, we now have so many people focused on Parliament. They listen to us on a daily basis, and you'll be surprised how even the young ones can quote what members have said or done on the floor. So please, please, my last plea, we should learn how to conduct ourselves on the floor of the House, as is expected of leaders with this huge responsibility. Please, they are not listening to what we say, They are now looking at what we do. Actions speak louder than words, and particularly your body language. As I sit here, I myself observe the body language of many of you, and they are so offensive to the culture that I know, which I will refer to the Ghanaian culture. And the fact that many of you just don't listen to what happens on the floor. And so when you get up to speak, you speak out of context. And our people are listening and watching. As your speaker, my attention has been drawn to this many times. And even on air, many people have come to call on me to crack the whip. I have declined to do so because you are giving a mandate by so many people to represent them. And so you are no longer seen as lower than leaders, national leaders. You just don't represent your constituency. You represent the whole country. And people are looking up to you. I hope the 9th Parliament will not repeat this. I pray that those people who are saying it will be in the 9th Parliament. I may be hearing it from those who might not be in the 9th Parliament. Anyway, with this, please, honorable members, let's get back to business. Let's invite the Minister of Justice and Attorney General to do the needful by laying some papers, as I'm told, and also getting the chairman of the committee to present the report. So, Majority Leader, which item do we take?
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased, we go to page 3 of the order paper and proceed to items 8A and 8C. Respectfully, sir.
Honorable members, page 3 of the order paper, presentation and first reading of bills, item 8A, by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
An act to provide for the parliamentary service in accordance with Article 124 of the Constitution and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Parliamentary Service Bill 2024 is referred to the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs Committee and the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs. That's a joint committee to consider and present to the House. It's a very important bill for the House itself. Honorable members, 8C. By the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
An act to re-enact the Parliament Act 1965, Act 300, to comply with the Constitution and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Parliament Bill 2024 is also presented accordingly, and it referred to the same Joint Committee of Parliamentary Affairs Constitutional and Legal for consideration and report to this House. I urge the committee, the Joint Committee, to consider the agency or otherwise of the two bills and report to the House. Yes, Honorable Dafiemapo.
Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on these very, very important bills that are being laid. One, members ought to have copies so that we can quickly peruse them given the time frame that we have. And also, Mr. Speaker, again, considering the time frame, if I may pray you to direct the committee to determine whether or not this may be taken under a certificate of urgency so that we can do this with alacrity. I fear that if that direction is not given, we may be caught by a fruition of time. We may not be able to finish before the 6th of January.
I've given that directive already.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I've given that directive. Yeah, these two bills have been seriously considered by the Parliamentary Service, the Parliamentary Service Board, and some members of leadership. They went through them comprehensively. We also sought the legal advice and input of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. They gladly gave us in writing their opinion and inputs, which are all being incorporated. And so there are key bills, and I think that we need them because as Speaker, I've come under extreme pressure on many issues that I thought should not be left to an individual to determine. The Speaker needs to have some counsel. And it cannot just be from the Parliamentary Service, because the Parliamentary Service is part of the Public Service of Ghana. And they work under the Public Service Commission, even though constitutionally, the Parliamentary Service Board has been given some powers. But the Parliament is not parliamentary service. It goes beyond that. It's an arm where, as members, you sit here, you are not part of the Parliamentary Service. The Parliamentary Service is only to support you on welfare matters. But you are part of Parliament, an arm of government. And then we have other services also with us here. You have the police service, you have the immigration, you have the ambulance, you even have national security, and more importantly, the Ghana Health Service. They are also here. And all of them operate under the umbrella of Parliament of Ghana. And so the Parliament Act is key to try to fill in some of these things. It's important, really, you take a keen interest in these bills. But as I said, a lot of work has been done, and we usually don't pass perfect bills. If during the course of implementation there are other things, we can come with amendments. So with this, I urge you on, copies are available, and you'll be giving copies. I'm sure this night they will be put in your pigeonhole, so tomorrow morning you all get copies. With this, we move on to the next item. I suggest we take item 7E. Item 7E, Chairman of the Committee. My attention has been drawn to the fact that the Chairman has just stepped out, and therefore the ranking member is being consulted and is prepared to present the report for and on behalf of the Chairman of the Committee. 7E, Chairman of the Committee, now to be presented by the ranking member for and on behalf of the Chairman of the Committee. Please, page 3, A7E, Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2024.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. My attention has been drawn to the fact that the Minister for Environment, Science, Innovation, and Science, Technology, and Innovation is in now. I want to know whether she will want to take her item on the EP bill. Not yet. Okay, then we can move on. Sorry? Yes.
Our colleague, the Minister for Environment, is here.
Well, that's why
an
I
indication,
want to know whether she's ready.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. She gave an indication to the chairman of the committee that she's ready. It appears that the leader opposite, look, she's calling her out again. Mr. Speaker, it's quite obvious. It is quite obvious that the leader is the reason the minister is not prepared to take the third reading. But that is not the end of the world, Mr. Speaker. That is not the end of the world, Mr. Speaker. But let the world know that the minister was here, wanted to take the third reading, and the leader opposite decided that she shouldn't take it. So, Mr. Speaker, we can make progress. But we also decide whichever business you want to do, with our numbers, we'll decide whether we'll cooperate with you to do the rest of the business. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go on.
Okay.
Yes. Are you seeing the chairman of the... You are the chairman.
Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put on record that the Environmental Protection Bill is a very important bill. It was brought to this House under a certificate of urgency. We have gone back and forth on it, and we have gotten to this stage. It has to be clarified that when the bill came to this House, it was part of the conditions of the IMF World Bank for Ghana to have a climate change bill. Today, as we speak, that program, all the tranches and payments have gone through, and therefore, whether we pass the bill or not, it has no consequence as far as the program's payments are concerned. At this stage, I think it is in the interest of this country that we pass the bill so that Ghana will be one of the countries in Africa, maybe aside Uganda and Kenya and Nigeria, who have taken the bold step to pass such a relevant law. I do not see any reason why the minister will not be allowed to come to the chamber and do the right thing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the leader to allow the minister in so that the bill will be taken through the test stage. I thank you.
Honorable members. Yes, okay, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to call on the leader of the House. Indeed, when you were not here, he said they were not going to pass the EPA bill, Environmental Protection Bill, for our government to come and use it to go and get money. I thought it was a joke. And he said the minister was not here. Then I said, okay, then let the sports minister move the motion. Fortunately, the minister has come. And Mr. Speaker, leader, We were in opposition and we assisted you to go through all the processes. Now we are in the third reading. I see no reason why a 168-page document, which was supposed to be passed under certificate of urgency, we sat through, Mr. Speaker, your good self, from morning till sometime 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. We've just left with the third reading. Then for you to accompany the minister out, just because you are going into opposition. Leader, you seen today, but you don't know tomorrow. What you said earlier on will appear in the Hansard. When you said you are not going to pass this for our side to come and get the money, it will appear in the Hansard. And now, physically, you have walked the minister out. Ghanaians have seen you as the leader of the House. Is that the kind of example you are setting for us to follow? Mr. Speaker, I think the leader should produce the minister to come and move the third reading of the motion. Because we supported you to move the motion, to move the consideration of the bill to this far. We were all supporting you. Because you are going to opposition, should Ghana collapse? No. Senior, I came to meet you here. You are the peace broker in this house. You are properly seated. Guide the leader to produce the minister to come and do the third reading. Mr. Speaker, if this is not done, and the 9th Parliament comes, it means all our effort is an exercise in futility. And Mr. Speaker, saying that, we are using it to go and get money. Should we? So if the white man was not bringing us money, wouldn't we have passed a bill to protect our own environment? Mr. Speaker, I think the leader should do the needful. Leader, you still have about 17 days to come to this side. Do the needful.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas we all appreciate the fact that it's important for us to pass this bill, the accusations from our colleagues on the other side is so unfair. The majority leader has not indicated anywhere that our side of this house is not prepared to pass this bill. The minister was here. The minister just walked out. And how do you accuse the majority leader of walking the minister out? Mr. Speaker, I think it is so unfair. This is a house of records. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. And I think it's important that we respect leadership. Let us respect leadership. If the majority leader were to have spoken on this floor, to have said that he is not going to allow this bill to pass, yes, then you have cause to complain. But he has not said so. So please, let us not accuse our majority leader. I think it's unfair. If it is done to you, Ahmed, if this is done to you, you will not be happy. So do not do same to Afenyo Makin. It is not proper. It is not something that we should accept in this house moving forward.
Get it from you. Let me listen to Honorable Bernard Ahiafro.
Mr. Speaker, he mentioned my name.
I will listen to him. I'll come back to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the issue under discussion. Mr. Speaker, in passing the bill under reference, some of us were involved. We spent day and night at the consideration stage of this particular bill. The bill is at the third reading. Few minutes ago, the majority leader informed the House that they are looking at a tiny aspect of it, and as soon as it is done, Mr. Responsible will come and move the motion for third reading. Now, the minister had finished.
walk into the chamber only for the minister to be whipped away from the chamber, full glare. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair. In considering this, considering it for the purposes of Ghana having money, the bill is to regulate the affairs of the country, and it is with that view vociferously to the bill getting to the third reading stage. But Mr. Speaker, if it is the case that the government want the bill to be passed, as a result of which the minister is being prevented from moving the third reading of the bill, let the whole world take notice of this. The whole world will watch the video to the effect that the minister responsible has been whipped away by the majority leader. I can only assure the world that before the end of January, the NDC government will pass this particular bill. Thank you very much.
Let me listen to Honorable Ahmed, because his name was mentioned by Honorable Opoku Davis Ansa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Majority Leader was telling my leader, Honorable Kwame Agboja, said, Mutrimu wedding, and those kind of things, that you are wicked, and all those things, I thought it was a joke. I took it on the lighter note. That will not pass this bill for you to go and get money. I thought it was a joke. But when the minister, Honorable Minister came, so when I thought it was a joke, I even pleaded with him that he should let the Minister for Youth and Sports move the motion. He nearly agreed with me. Then fortunately, the minister has come. By where Honorable OPK is sitting, he was not following. If he was following, he wouldn't talk the way he spoke. Yes, West, you were not paying attention. Honorable OPK, you are specialized in just making noise. You are not following. You see what you are good at.
Honorable Ahmed, please.
And he even pointed me that Honorable Ahmed, what you are doing is not good. Mr. Speaker, I sit directly opposite.
Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
Leader, Mr. Speaker.
You are the minority deputy whip.
Soon to be majority, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know whether you will be deputy whip as majority, but now you are minority deputy whip. Don't follow bad precedents. Please. We emulate good. You don't emulate bad. So if you think that it's not good, please move away from it and let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your good counsel, and I take same. Mr. Speaker, so truly, having labored for some number of days, the government side who wanted this 168-page document to be passed under certificate of urgency, what has changed? That I was able to keep my side. That we sat here almost 10 hours, 13 hours from 10 o'clock, sometimes we close at 8 a.m. just to be able to pass this bill. We've done everything. Third reading, all that the minister just has to come and do is to stand up and bow. That one too, Mr. Speaker, for the honorable minister to be dragged out, Mr. Speaker, is most unfair. If you say those words are not good, Mr. Speaker, for the honorable minister for science, environment, science and technology to be dragged out to the point that the leader of the house followed her out and came alone. And as I speak, the honorable minister is not in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, why can we do this to ourselves? And why are we here? Mr. Speaker, this bill, as we all know, is part of the IMF conditionality. You took us to IMF, and you want us to breach the conditionalities? We must pass it, Mr. Speaker, and we must pass it. The minister must come and do the needful. I rest my case.
Let me allow, because usually he doesn't contribute to these things, but Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I see here is simply an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I think it will not help the country. Yes, I think it will not help the country. What we are doing is simply selective justice. Because you have a lot of things on the other paper. You choose to do one and leave the other. They are all in the interest of the country. They are all, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with the House that you all agree that whatever we are doing here in the other paper is in the interest of the House, and therefore, let's build a consensus and approve these. You have Supreme Court, you have here the judges. Yeah. So I'm giving you the undercurrent. You have the Supreme Court judges. You see, so if you have the right to refuse, then he also has the right to refuse. But it will not help the country. It will not help the country. It will.
Please, just allow him to make his submissions.
It will not help the country, Mr. Speaker. So let's build consensus. You have 17 days to take over. We go and you come. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. I know you have the numbers. But as we speak, in the interest of the country, let's finish what we have here. That is all. The Supreme Court judges, Honorable Ahmed, I know you are a very reasonable, honorable member. And this 1D, 1F, it will help both sides. I know, look, to tell you the truth, the 1D, 1F, I have no interest in it, but some colleagues on your side are enjoying. Some colleagues here also have interest. I don't have anything here, but does it mean we should deny entrepreneurs? No. This is not showdown. So, Mr. Speaker, don't worry, they are my young men. So, so let's finish the work. And when you come back, whatever you want to do, you do it. Do you pledge to do the rest? Now, if you are not pledging, then I cannot also advise.
Honorable member, you are addressing the chair, so the questions you are asking may be addressed to me. Let's listen to the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard various submissions from various colleagues, and I listened to them in silence. I've heard Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim say a lot. My own senior brother and senior at the bar, whom I respect, Honorable Ahiafo, has also poured out his heart, and I've heard him. Mr. Speaker, I am at pains to say this. The procedure I know is that when government business comes to the floor, we have various stages of consideration. That the opposition or the minority would have its say, and then the majority would also have its say. Then in the final analysis, a decision will be made. Mr. Speaker, what are these stages of consideration? When a paper is laid, it is referred to a committee. The committee does its work and presents its report. After the report is presented, we debate it, and after the debate, a question is put. Mr. Speaker, here is a situation where I, as a leader of government business, leading government side, I have a number of reports that committee members have gone through as a result of same being laid and referral made to the committee. I engage my colleagues who are in leadership that this is what I want to take, which is to lay the report. I am physically prevented. When the report is to be laid, I will get my respected colleagues in leadership saying that this one, no, will not allow the laying. Mr. Speaker, the laying is physically prevented. That will not, they tell me they won't allow. I've accommodated it in pain. I'm managing this situation. Just the laying, they won't allow. The debate, they won't allow. And Mr. Speaker, I want to be quoted that sometimes when we have had consensus last minute, my colleagues are frank to tell me that, Markin, this one is a political decision, we can't do anything about it. I have to stomach it because I understand that we don't share the same political principles. I understand. I'm MPP, you are NDC. You have your political committee that seeks to the political welfare of your side. Same with me. But I don't want situations where an impression will be created as if, with the greatest respect and in all modesty, that you love Ghana more than I do. We have Supreme Court nominees. The House referred it to the committee. Both sides participated in the vetting. The report is ready. When the report was ready, in the last minute, members on the minority side told our side that, look, the political committee of the NDC has taken a decision that they oppose. We said, okay, so we should go by majority decision. Agreed. To lay this report, our colleagues in leadership say, no way. We will not allow you to lay. At least, let's lay, let's debate, and let's take a decision. I said I have 138. You are 137. If I come here and I don't have my 138, I lose. Mr. Speaker, again, I'm at pains to say this. I've engaged my respected colleague, Dr. KCL Atuba-Fossel, extensively, and he expresses his own frustration that he cannot, and I have to accept it. He says he cannot because it's a decision of the caucus. I must respect it. I'm not a neophyte in politics. I understand that that is your political position. But at least I have pleaded with Dr. Fossel that, Doc, can we at least go through the motions let the final stage of putting the question come, so that when Mr. Speaker put the question and I don't have my 138, let me lose the question. Even so, they won't allow. The 1D1F, this parliament sponsored the committee members. Parliament resources used by committee members to hold deliberations. And Mr. Speaker, if you may recall, the last time we had an issue, you directed that the recess period, and committee members should use that period to sit and iron out the differences. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to state that Honorable Patrick Boama, who chairs the committee, made sure that he himself interrogated each application. The conclusion was that all the raw materials were now being taken away, which in itself brought a savings of over $400 million. So the committee took a principled position that let's take away the raw materials and only allow exemption for equipment. Their side agreed. We all worked together. In the final analysis, when the report was about being concluded, again, the NDC minority said no. As a matter of principle, we are against it. We accepted and did a majority report. When we came to this house to lay the report, again, there was some back and forth negotiations that, okay, let's take the smaller ones. And Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to invite you into this debate, but permit me, because this is not a secret. When you counseled both sides, you counseled us to the effect that the smaller ones that are non-controversial, at least we should take them. Mr. Speaker, I went back and forth with the leader on their side that at least let's be guided by the counsel of Mr. Speaker, and at least those non-controversial ones, we take them. There was an agreement. We were told that, okay, let's consult. The next day, when they came, they said, Afenyo, again, no deal. We can't even take one. I've accommodated it. I'm human. I don't just get into combat. I don't just get into combat. I always go the extra line to engage quietly, and when diplomacy gets exhausted, I am supposed to defend my side. Mr. Speaker, 1D1F is still at bay. Now today, we are being told that EPA bill has to be passed and our side is not ready and that we do not love Ghana. I can't be less patriotic than you. Supreme Court nominees. 1D1F, I listen to you in silence. I am very tolerant. Mr. Speaker, you know I'm always of good behavior. You know, when I do that to them, then they'll be crying. Mr. Speaker, you know, I can respond to them, but on this occasion, I won't say anything. I want to make my case. They should allow me.
Honorable members, please, let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, now back to the issue. It's been alleged that the minister has been dragged out of this house. He has not been dragged out of this house. I needed to engage the minister. We needed to consult on the matters that are outstanding in the bill. I respect Dr. Malfoy. And I respect his views because that is an area of specialty. And I respect the views he expressed on the floor. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the communication between my good self and the minister, he was not privy to it. But I know that there will be an opportunity for me to engage him so that we'll be added. I would want to plead with colleagues that let us approach equity with clean hands, and if we demand equity, let's do equity. Tomorrow perhaps will be the last day before we go for our Christmas and come back. leader on your side is not here because of transition meetings and all. Mr. Speaker, I promise you again that I will again reach out to the leader of the minority caucus, plead with him over and over again that at least those outstanding business of government, he should allow us to lay the report, debate the report. They should say all they want to say. We should say all we want to say. And the question put. If a question is put and I don't have my numbers, they will carry the day. It's a notorious fact that I would need 138 to do business, to take a decision. If I don't have 138, no business. In any event, this EPA bill that you are saying we should pass, 2/3 reading, look at this chamber. Mr. Speaker, do we have 138 to take a decision? We are not up to 138 here and now. At the time the call was being made for us to even consider it, we were less than this. Let us be consistent.
Majority, just resume your seat.
Very well.
Honorable members, just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. A sitting is suspended for 5 minutes. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader, you may continue.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, I want us to take some time and resolve this impasse. It's not helping the country. That's why I'm giving him the opportunity. After that, I'll listen to the other side, and then we have to come to an understanding on the way forward. I tried to do this with the leaders at the pre-sitting meetings. In fact, some of these things he's saying, this is the first time I'm hearing them, because they don't go into details. You all know that on a daily basis, before we sit, I have conclave meetings with them. And so usually they come to inform me, we agree on this, we disagree with that. Those that they agree, we don't have problem. Those that they disagree, then we go ahead. How do we handle the disagreements? Then they iron it out in detail, even to the point of asking the question. When I ask the question and there's a decision taken by me as to the eyes have it or the nose have it, they still inform me that we will object. We raise an objection, and then you let us do the vote by counting the heads. We go to all this extent before we come in. And so when there's this kind of impasse, and I'm not even giving the details, what I'm told is what I apply when we are sitting. And so some of these things he's saying are news to me. And so the opportunity will be given for the other side to also state the position that they have held so far. The only challenge we have is that the minority leader is not present. But at least I'll give him the opportunity. Some of the leadership of the minority are available. If they need further lessons, we can do that tomorrow. But we have to resolve this matter and handle this key. Don't let's set any bad precedent. But for me, I'm happy that this is being aired. For Ghanaians to know the load that I carried for 4 years, the challenges that confronted me for these 4 years, for people to see the difference. This parliament is not like the other parliaments. And so we could do the comparative analysis properly. So please, let's listen to the majority leader. After that, we'll listen to the minority, and then we find a way out of resolving this. All these businesses are not, they are almost ready. They are just low fruits for us to pluck and end the year well. So please, let's take our time. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity once again. So, Mr. Speaker, further to the earlier submissions. Earlier in the day, prior to your coming to assume the chair, I had made an application to the second deputy speaker in respect of the judges, the nominees, and that of the report of the Youth and Sports Committee. My respected colleague, Kwame Agboja, the chief whip of the Minority Caucus, said, quote, that any attempt by me to lay the report on the Supreme Court nominees will lead to chaos in the House. Quote, chaos in the House. Mr. Speaker, the committee responsible for lands and natural resources is also done with the lithium agreement and then the bauxite agreement. Mr. Speaker, on the lithium agreement, the minority caucus made a very strong case for the report to reflect a position that I agreed, which was to, instead of using road to cut the lithium to Takra Depot, the investors should use sea freight. I have been in the bauxite business before, and I know the effect of these natural resources on the road and how government suffers. So I even felt that it would be difficult for the investors to agree. But Mr. Speaker, when the point was made, the investors agreed that they will use sea freight, so we can let that reflect in our report. Mr. Speaker, I thought this very important concession was enough. Mr. Speaker, when we were about laying the report, the minority leader told me again that the political decision is a big no. In spite of the changes, the recommendations coming from the minority side, which we had agreed to incorporate, he said that notwithstanding, the political decision from their side is no. So it should be a majority report, which I agreed. Because I again understand that we have different political views. But Mr. Speaker, if we have agreed that we proceed with a majority decision, again to lay the report, my colleagues say we will not allow you to even lay the report. Mr. Speaker, then the bauxite, the Ginenini bauxite ratification report is also ready. Our colleagues in the minority say they disagree, which again we respect. Next step is to lay the report as a majority decision report, which is a practice of this House. That one too, they say they won't allow us to lay the report at all. I have never experienced this practice since my days in this House in 2013. It is a new thing where the minority would say we won't allow even laying. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as patriots as we are, if we are indeed committed to solving this problem and putting our political differences aside, we will make a lot of progress. The 250 million loan facility from the World Bank to support the financial sector is also a facility that there was consensus at the committee level. In the last minute before the laying, our colleagues said they've changed their mind, which we respected. They wanted to go by majority decision. No problem. To lay and debate it again, they say no. Mr. Speaker, how do we make progress? And to turn round for Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, who I respect so much, to turn around and argue with some force that I, who lead government business, is not interested in government business, is, with the greatest respect, very rich. Very rich. And I will not lose respect for Honorable Ahiafo. He is my tribesman. We all come from the same village. We trace our ancestry to the same person. And I will always respect him as my senior brother. He was called many years to the bar before me. So even if he has erred today, I would want us to resolve that at the family house. It's unfortunate he's left the chamber. But I want to leave him with this from Shakespeare in Macbeth. As he is my friend and a kinsman, strong both against the deed and as his host, who should against the murderer shut the door and not bear the knife himself? Today, my own tribesman is the one who bore the knife himself. I'll leave it to posterity. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Please, I'll give you the opportunity, but let me listen to the leader first.
Mr. Speaker, this entire stretch of today's sitting was not intended. Mr. Speaker, when we met this morning as leaders to agree on what to do, I must admit that the leader opposite was not around, so did not understand what we even agreed to do. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that when you took the chair, the second deputy speaker actually was just about to put the question for adjournment. But because you prompted us earlier that the Attorney General was going to be coming to do some business, we knew that maybe that was why you were coming, and indeed, when you came, that's what happened. Mr. Speaker, this is what happened. We decided when we come in this morning, if the minister responsible for environment is around, we will give her the opportunity to do the third reading. We also agreed to complete 3 reports from the Public Account Committee, which were outstanding from yesterday's 7 reports, which we took 4. So we're going to do that one as well. Mr. Speaker, that was all that we agreed to do. There was no discussion about judges. There was no discussion about anything about, tax waivers. But you know, the leader opposite is an expert in actually introducing whatever he wants to say, whether it's about biology, and his interest was in zoology. He knows how to turn, the things to his favor. Mr. Speaker, for all that he said, he was only lamenting about the fact that, truth be told, and I'm surprised he said something which Ghanaians must take note of. When they supplied this house, when they tried to take these tax waivers at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, it was almost $500 million. Ask him the question, if we had actually agreed to them, what was going to happen to all that money? No, I'm saying that when you introduce those bills in this house, if we had agreed with you, what was going to be happening to all that money? Today he's telling us that the money is just about half. But you should be apologizing to Ghanaians by actually almost compelling us to approve tax waivers, which you said later you took away materials and other things. When you were speaking, sit down. When you were speaking, I wasn't making any gestures. Sit down. So you should be clapping for the minority, for being the ones that saved Ghanaians. You should be on public platforms applauding us for being diligent in holding your feet to the fire, when you were almost reckless in compelling us to approve tax waivers which were not due to those companies. Today, you are still crying that while the economy has collapsed, under you, you are still compelling us that tax waivers are the solution. Let me tell you this. US did their election before our election. The talk on Capitol Hill and other places is that no more legislation until Trump takes office. No more legislation until Trump takes office. No, I'm saying that is those people whose democracy is older than us. That is what they are talking about. So this is it, Mr. Speaker. We were here. They hurriedly actually printed other paper addendum, Mr. Speaker, without consultation to anybody from this bench. But guess what? Patriotic as we are, we agreed. The genesis of the disagreement is this, Mr. Speaker. He agreed that we will take item 1, A and B on the other paper addendum. He conveniently allowed us to lay the one that is in his interest. And what is the first one? The GNPC work program, which has been in abeyance for all this while. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, once that was laid, and my colleague, the ranking on OMA, was about to lay the report on AFCONs, he quickly jumped on his feet and said, no, that one cannot be laid. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, he actually produced an order paper addendum which included that. In other words, he baited us to add it, but all he wanted was order paper addendum item 1A. He never wanted to do the B. Mr. Speaker, that is what generated the argument. And I said that if you wanted us to do the GNPC agreement, then allow the Minister for Environment to also do the third reading, Mr. Speaker.
This is the genesis of the disagreement. So all these lectures about the virtues of tax waivers and then the virtues of Supreme Court justice, Mr. Speaker, who in this country believes that the Supreme Court is lacking, judges? Who in this country will believe that there's crisis at the Supreme Court because we can't find enough judges to deal with cases? In fact, some people will say there are too many. So where from this idea that the country is in any peril because this side has decided to block anything? Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to find out what is the interest of some people on this side, hell-bent on the fact that we must grant these tax waivers to these crony companies, when the government that is going to take over is going to inherit tons of problems. Mr. Speaker, I attended one transition meeting yesterday. Road Ministry alone is capable of leaving a commitment of 150 billion Ghana cedis. 150 billion Ghana cedis. Commitment to road alone, education, health, others are not part of it. We are in crisis. The side this way should be calm and pray to God that we will be able to navigate the next 4 years, being able to even pay the salary of members of parliament in the 9th parliament. We shouldn't be just talking as if everything is honky-dory. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not in any hurry to be enjoying anything. We know we have been put in a deep hole. President Mahama is going to inherit a crisis economy. Even doing so has started already. So, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat what my leader said. Our side will not today, tomorrow, approve or support the approval of the tax waivers or the judges. Whatever it will take in this house, we shall put forward a robust prevention of that, Mr. Speaker, lawfully. We shall not be part of this. In any case, you are wondering how come you lost so miserably. Could it be because of your posture? When we tell you don't do something because we tell we are the government, we'll do it. Are you not surprised at the level of loss? Maybe that is why. Do your introspection. Don't push Ghanaians any further. You use state institutions to bastardize everything, and the Ghanaians are punished you by saying that that is not the way forward. Yet you haven't learned your lessons. You haven't learned your lessons. You try to use the judiciary, the police, the immigration, the defense against the people of this country. Listen. And then they use, listen. When your leader was speaking, everybody was quiet. When your leader was speaking, we heard everything he said in silence. I am saying that whilst you may be okay because you've been in government for 8 years, the rest of Ghanaians, those people who have lost their jobs when their banks were closed, those people who have been sacked, those people who have been killed at polling stations are not happy. So I'm saying that perhaps you should reflect on the fact that whilst losing election is nothing, your loss is actually monumental. Have you reflected on that? I believe your posture here, when everything we tell you, you say we are the government, you continue doing it. That is why you lost that much. Reflect on that. Majority leader. You notice today is the first time I'm calling you majority leader for months. I want to give you that so that you can go home with it. Though you told everybody that it is spiritually unwise for you to be called a minority leader, that is your seat if they make you the leader. This will be your seat. At the moment, you are a minority leader in transition. I am told that you are even begging your party to make you a minority leader today. Is it no longer spiritually against your spirit? All of a sudden, your spirit will allow you to be a minority leader.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that, Mr. Speaker, these two issues are not about what the Ghanaian businessman needs. It's for government to take a hold on our fiscal front, our forex. That is what the Ghanaian businessman wants, not the granting of dodgy tax waivers to crony companies. And in another case, we never believe that the Supreme Court is lacking personnel in terms of their judges. So to say that if we don't grant these two nominees, that is your business. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave it here. But to say that we have done anything wrong, that is not true. And indeed, Majority Leader, you came in when we have agreed on what to do
and you are coming to introduce things that were never agreed. And I will encourage you, if you come to work tomorrow, come at the time that we attend conclave, so that you don't jump in at the middle, try to make those who came ahead of you look like they didn't have any good agreement. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Honorable members, there must be an end. There must be an end to litigation. Please, majority leader, please resume your seat. We cannot continue to grant space to the leaders to keep on inflicting on this House their positions, which were completely unknown to all of us. Please, we are in transition. We have a country not only to build, but also to protect. We have an institution, an august institution called Parliament, to save. Please, we have heard you people. We have heard you. Now, I'll give all of you just tonight, because tomorrow I'll meet the leaders, reflect, and let's agree tomorrow on the items we would handle here. But let it be known by all of you, it's not the leaders who decide what business should be done in the House and what business should not be done in the House. It's not the leaders. Once the reports are ready, the directive or referral to the committee is to consider and report to the House. It's the committees that are to report to the House. There's a procedure, there's a process of reporting to the House. When it comes before the House, it will be taken through. We give preference to government business for good reason, because the government is given the mandate for a period. So we give preference to government business. But we also have parliamentary business. We have a duty to perform. And so when they come to the floor, and I give you the opportunity, which one to handle first, it's just that preference. It doesn't mean that you are the people to determine what business is to be done here. After we've decided, both sides, and this must be clear, you are given the opportunity to present your views, both minority and majority. At the end of the day, what is expected of both of you is for the national interest to have its way. It's the old order that used to talk about the majority having its way. The majority then was defined as the majority in government, because the system that we borrowed this from is a system of government and opposition. Government and opposition. And in that system, when even one party hasn't got majority, they have coalition government. So you always have government having majority, either as a majority party or as a coalition, and then the opposition being a minority. That is what we borrowed from. But things have moved away from that. Now we are talking about participatory, all-inclusive governance, leaving nobody behind. And so it's the national interest that is key, not the interest of any side of the House. You will air your views, we will vote, and when we vote, and you contest my decision on the voice vote, we count the hairs. That is what is invoked now. The challenge I have is me, myself, deciding what is in the national interest. I am always persuaded by the fact that I think that once the mandate is given to a party, The party at that time is the one that determines what is the national interest. That is why sometimes, even when the party in government now seems to have lost the vote, I still say the ayes have it. Because that is my understanding of the national interest. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And many a times, the minority side gives in just because of that. I have watched it and I've observed it for all these 4 years. So at the end of the day, we should respect each other. No party is going to be in government forever. No party. You can't stop change. You can't. Please. You are young. Some of us, we are now growing old. Even though I'm not yet old. My grandfathers are still alive. So I'm not yet old. But at least we have experienced life. And we are creating a better Ghana for you to enjoy. So let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's take this period as a golden period for us to transit so that we can close our ranks and build a nation. That is the crisis we have now. We have not yet built a nation. And I hear you people talking about tribes. He's my tribesman. He's my descendant. Yes, if you use it positively, as a building block, I support you. But if you are using it negatively, because you are a tribesman, whether you are wrong or not, I must support you. That one, I am not with you. I'm not with you on that. Tribesman, whether you are wrong or you are right, I support you. No. Tribesman, because we have come together to build one nation. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about your submissions. I'm talking about it generally. So that we can build a nation where merit counts, merit. I will not go further. I just want us to adjourn today. But tomorrow, there are key businesses we have to transact. And whether we are going to sit here till midnight or not, we will sit here. Please, I want to plead again. There are some key businesses we have to transact. And I tell you that I'm not at peace with myself when this Constitution Amendment Bill, after we've done everything, has also not been taken. And we know how key that bill is to the nation. Ghanaians in the diaspora, we know their contribution. And yet, at the end of the day, it's one of the bills that you want us to leave to the next parliament, the 9th parliament. When we finish with everything, the EP bill, this House has invested a lot in that bill. I see that Honorable Dr. Mafo is out. We supported him, and he became the chair of a very important committee internationally. He has worked hard, and every year I approve a lot of you to attend the conferences, whether it's COP27 or 28 or 29, just because of the existential threat of climate change. We held very high positions internationally. Even the president held a high position there. Our own member, Dr. Mafo, held a very high position. We attended and made serious contributions. The legislation we have agreed is left with passing it. Last minute, third reading, then there's a challenge. The minister came to appeal to me many times to support and push this bill, which I did. You want all these efforts to go in vain? No. We have taken time to go through the tax waivers. I'm hearing for the first time, because I have not seen the report, where you have agreed the reductions and all those things. I have not seen the report. Maybe my attention has not been drawn to it. If we go through them and we see that those taxes are not in the interest of the nation, you say so here, you take the decision here. That is it. Please. And for parties taking position, that is what partisan politics is about. Every party will have a position. You will come to the floor. You will air those positions. Then we vote. I don't understand how the House can be hijacked by leaders, and then the leaders will determine what should happen on the floor of the House. I've always been cautioned by some of you, don't participate in the debate. And I heard my own first deputy speaker on air say, because I've been an MP for long, the temptation to always participate is great. So I've always been participating. So sometimes you don't know how to guide the House again, because it's being read as participation in the debate. That you will come and feed me. No. Because if I die now and go, I've made my mark. Yes. And I want to see Ghana better. Oh, that is not the issue. I don't have fun in the determination of that one. It's for so many persons are involved in that decision, including all of you. So I don't count. But it's very important that, please, we don't fail the people of Ghana. It's not only Ghana. It's happened a number of times in very many countries, and it's always acrimonious. And one best professor in one country chaired one and lost all his respect just because of that. He lectured so many of the lawyers, many members of parliament. But when he was speaker to such a parliament, at the end of the day, nobody respected him again. It's not easy to handle a hung parliament. But we've managed, and particularly the nature of the Ghanaian. The Ghanaian is a very hospitable, humorous person. You have always injected humor, even when tempers flare up. And we've managed the House up to date. Let's end well. Get the credit. And those of you who have lost, I told you, we have the group here. We shall return. Go and do your homework. If you are interested, go and contest again. And who knows, they may prefer you to come back. Don't be a bad loser. Please, don't be a bad loser. I end it here. Please, leaders, I think with your kind permission, we can adjourn. Majority Leader, you want to say something?
I'm only thanking you for all the inputs you've made. On behalf of my colleagues, be assured that we will cooperate with you to end it well. Indeed, it's not been an easy road, and we're also not discounting our respective partisan interests. But I think you've made a call that we should travel the length and get to the point where, Mr. Speaker, Onato, I thank you, but I'm praying, Mr. Speaker, that you stay with us for the next 4 years. Mr. Speaker, I am
Mr. Speaker, don't forget that as I pray for you, you also pray for me. So this is Father and Son prayer.
Honorable members, who is talking?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, let them know that they are not part of us. You and I, you know, when it is father and son, they will become third persons. So stay away from this matter. Mr. Speaker, I'm praying for you. I'm not sure they are praying for you. I am not sure. I am not sure they are praying for you. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure they are praying for you. Incoming Minister of Roads.
Honorable Majority Leader, I'm very sure they are praying for me. I'm very, very sure they are praying for me. Yes.
Has been blessed to have you in the chair. Indeed, I wonder what kind of parliament we would have had if somebody else was sitting in the chair. Mr. Speaker, your good deeds shall follow you. And Mr. Speaker, if I was the appointing authority, he will stay in that chair as long as possible. Mr. Speaker, I just hope that indeed, he's been saying what he has said here openly. I just hope that he's been saying it privately as well. I will leave it there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe, as he said, we shall do our best in the interest of this country and for the sustenance and the respect of this House to do whatever we can to support you to end tomorrow on a high note. We promise to do same, that we shall not do anything that to bring the respect that Ghanaians want from this House down. We shall do our best. And I want to commend my colleagues on the other side. Whatever we do here, we do in good faith. Nobody intends, you have said your part. And on behalf of the Honorable Atu Forson, we thank you very much for everything today. And I hope tomorrow will end very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I think we will call it a day and I'll proceed to adjourn the House. I believe tomorrow we can kindly get many more of your members to be present because we have to take some key decisions tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday, we have to take some very key decisions. We may, if need be, even have a closed sitting. If need be, tomorrow we may have a closed sitting. So please, all of you, try to be available to assist the House take the right decision. Please.
Informs me to seek your leave to, they've scheduled 9 a.m. tomorrow to deliberate on same. So, colleagues, to make it a point to attend the meeting, including those who want to be friends to the committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, we need your input because stronger to be able to protect and anchor tomorrow.